We are live. All right, welcome to the Gunter City Council regular meeting. It is Thursday, September 18th. It is 6:04 p.m. We do have a quorum with everyone in attendance except C3, Councilman Self, and all notices were properly posted. We will open this with our invocation and our Pledge of Allegiance. Chief, are you going to lead us?
Yes, ma'am. Bow your heads. Lord, we thank you for the many blessings you bestow upon us daily, Lord. But most of all, we thank you for sending your Son, Jesus Christ, to die on the cross for our sins. Lord, we ask you to be with our city, our mayor, our city council, our leaders, our police, fire, EMS, and most of all, our citizens. Lord, we ask you to watch over us, keep us safe, guide us, protect us, forgive us when we fail you. These things we ask you in your heavenly name we pray. Amen. Amen.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. On the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
So we will be moving into council business executive session under chapter 551.074 for the purpose of considering appointments to council place 3, to also discuss a letter of resignation from council member David Self, place 3, and to, well, interview and discuss appointments. I think I said that twice. So, let me ask you guys real quick, is everybody here, Deidre, already? All 4?
No, I believe.
Okay, so we're doing 4 interviews. We'll go in executive session and then we can maybe introduce them once we come out, for whoever's still here. So we will move into executive session at 6:07. are reconvening to open session at 8:18. And we, we did our interviews. B is to discuss letter of resignation from David South. So do I have a motion to accept, a motion to deny and hold him hostage? I mean,
I'll make a motion. That's tempting.
right. So
I would accept it.
I'm not gonna do
you're
that
not
to
gonna
him.
give it to him?
I'll do it.
So
I'll second that.
okay, so I have Wade with a first to accept, Jerry with a second to accept, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, that is unanimous, and I wanna say thank you to Dave for
Absolutely,
his
yes.
service. He was a huge instrumental portion of our BNSF conversations, getting the negotiations back together, so I thank him for that. And, too bad his work schedule's as crazy as it is, so I hope that he, can survive that these upcoming months, so thank you, Dave, for your service. Next, do we have a motion for City Council Place 3? Are we ready to make a decision? Now, I do wanna say this, I'm not voting, and I'm so glad, because of our candidates. This was tough, and all four of you, I would like for you to, if you're not put in this role, we've got places for you, please.
Absolutely.
Let's get in
Very, very
touch
impressive.
because, wow,
Very
Yeah.
impressed.
no, this was, thank you for raising your hands and just, wow. I'm impressed, so I feel sorry for you guys. That's how hard it is, you're still thinking?
I don't think we're thinking, it's just,
Make a
I know.
motion to make a decision.
Yep, if you're ready to, if you're,
yeah, I'll make a motion that we.
I've lost my pen.
Make a decision this evening
you want mine?
for place 3.
Well, that is mine.
That's fine.
Oh, this is- I'm sorry, Alan.
You can have it.
I'll make a motion to open it up for discussion.
Okay,
I'll second.
all right, so we're discussing.
I mean, I thought all four candidates were actually very, very strong. In my opinion, when we goes who's checking all the boxes, I felt like Pat maybe checked more boxes than others, on certain things. And I felt like, Rick would be a strong person on our MDD, and I think we definitely need to try to pushing it over to that. I think Teresa would be very, very good with our Lincoln School District, and I know we've got a school board position open up for there too. She would be extremely good for that. And Travis, going to our planning and zoning, to P&Z, I think would be a strong asset to us, so. I like Pat as the council member.
And I agree with your comments on that.
Yeah, with each and every one of the candidates, I see the strengths in everyone, and I would have to agree. Patrick as a council member, Rick as MDD. We do need to bridge the gap between the ISD and the city, and I think Teresa would be instrumental in that, and they can continue to help us out. Brandon Enos is a great person that has come in.
Yeah, we're very lucky to
And
have a good superintendent.
It's going to be a lot easier, and Teresa's got the money to make it happen for us.
What's your thoughts?
And Travis on.
Yeah, because Travis is energetic enough to be able to see what's coming before we get to see it.
Well,
Make
like
the
I
right
said,
decisions.
we have a lot of needs and we have a lot of open seats. So where's the best place for everyone to go? Because there's so many things to do. I think I would concur with most of what y'all said, except I probably would swap Pat and Travis, but that's splitting hairs. I mean, it's a great problem to have four really good candidates and figure out where they can do the best good.
Tough decision.
Yeah.
We recently did personality tests, Kingdomality, and there's several different types of players, you could say, in the Kingdomality personality test. And so that kind of factored in. We don't need too many more Williams. I'm just kidding, as we said it out there. Just messing with you.
But two of the candidates,
Two
were the candidates
two
were the same,
candidates
and that's the same as William.
We're the same personality.
Let's say the personality, not the Williams. I don't think that's the
As
personality.
Williams.
There's only one.
So,
Yeah.
Isn't it?
He's unique.
I think his should be
It's a
defined
new
William,
version.
not.
No, but that did factor into the dynamics of what is existing up here. All positions are in the kingdom are important. There are different roles. And so it does matter, like, you know, what we're needing on the board that might stretch us, make it more interesting, but complete the team too. So that factored in as well. I'm just messing with you with the William thing.
So I'll go on out and go ahead and make a motion to approve Pat, to go out open, place 3 positions in the city.
Place three?
To appoint place 3.
Let's do a full name.
I don't remember Patrick's last name.
What's his full name?
Yeah.
Do you have it?
Yeah, say it for me. Where's Patrick?
If
Bamia. Patrick Bamia. Bamia.
We're going to learn that. Okay.
So I,
Yes.
I'll make a motion for Pat. I'll follow you there.
Okay.
To be place 3.
BAUMIA.
So I have Jerry with a first to appoint Patrick,
I'll second.
and Wade with a second. All in favor?
Aye.
I would go for Travis. I think like I said, it's like just that much difference, but I think Travis is where I was going, so
All right, so is that a 3-1?
that's a 3-1.
Okay, all right. So that motion carries. Welcome, Patrick, and we will get you oathed in later tonight, I guess. Right, Deidre? We can do that later?
I'll go in there and do it.
Okay.
And I just have a question for procedurally. So we spoke that we needed positions on the board, both boards that I liaison from the staff.
We do.
So how do we go through that process then? That's what I better understand. Is it an appointment process, or are we gonna go through a quick interview process like we have in the past? Or since you've already interviewed them, do we need to make it formally towards MDD or P&Z if they accept? that
Because
they
those
wanna
are your
apply for
2
those?
openings.
I'd like
Do we have
I'll
other
just put them on the
candidates that have
spot right
applied to
now.
those positions?
No.
Only one.
Not officially, but for P&Z, I think we have one.
Oh.
But she's not qualified, she's been here 2 months.
That's right. So,
So no.
Well,
I'd make a motion to offer the positions right now if they want to take them.
I would love to
That's
do
kind of what
that.
I was.
We do not have that on our
We know
agenda.
it's not on the agenda.
So unfortunately,
Well-
that is
Well,
not
the cat's
something
out of
we
the
do
bag
tonight.
now, guys.
But,
We do have city council before the next P&Z meeting,
yes.
not the MDD though.
So I would love for you guys, after the meeting, to get with one of us if you're interested in doing that, because we love all of y'all. So it's a tough decision, a good night though. Proud to have so many quality applicants raising their hand to serve our city. So, okay, so let's move to, number 3. So citizen comments is,
Mayor, while you're doing that, I'm
Yes.
gonna do my paperwork, unless
Okay.
she's opening in and getting up the seat. If that's
Okay.
what y'all wanna do.
yeah, no, we can certainly do that. So, citizen comments, so this is the city council will invite citizens to speak.
Dude, I'm fine with that.
You'll have to do the timer from somewhere, that's okay. That's okay.
That's all right, easy peasy
Yeah.
go. That's okay.
So, now, citizen comments, this portion is for things that are not on the agenda. If you want to talk about a duck pond or a dog pond, this is where you would come into citizen comments. So you'll address the council, maximum of 3 minutes, state your name and address from the podium. And on these, because it's not on the agenda, we wouldn't be able to respond. We can only listen and hopefully get back with you later at a later time or put that topic on the agenda, unless to answer a question with just factual information. We couldn't discuss the topic. So do I have anybody who is here for citizen comments about an item that is not on the agenda? Okay, so seeing none, we're gonna move on to agenda item comments. And that is where you will, same thing, city council allows citizens to come and address us, not the observers in the room, but us, for a maximum of 3 minutes. You'll still come to the podium, state your name and address for the record. And then Section 551.007 of the Open Meetings Act does allow us to discuss it, but generally we'll listen. And if council wants to ask you a question, then of course they'll, make a motion to be recognized to speak, and we'll do that. But it's not necessarily a Q&A, so still 3-minute timeline. So as we move through, I do have a couple on here that have signed up. And, okay, so the topic's on here, so when we get to that item, I will call you up. Let's move on to our consent agenda. So this is to consider approval of minutes from August 21st meeting, our Gunter Police Department activity report, and then our Gunter financial report for August. Anybody have any changes, or is everything good there?
I'll make a motion, we accept the
All right.
consent agenda items as presented.
Okay, so I have William with the first to accept,
I'll second.
and Alan with a second. All in favor? And that is unanimous. And Mayor Alderman report, agenda item number 5, general notifications. So Commissioner Wright was going to present the county's plans for a sales tax proposition, but they're gonna have 5 different town halls. And we will probably have a town hall sort of workshop, something between now and the election anyway. She didn't want to confuse their tax with our budget and tax and all that. So she said to just pull that from tonight. We'll do it another night. She will be back. I don't have anything else other than I will update you on MDD because I gave you June and July. We talked about how MDD was doing so good with the sales tax that's incoming. And we are, here we go, let's see. Here we go. So the months are, let's see, June was 47,750. July was 47,174. Dropped in August a little bit, $3,000 to 44,500. But then in September, it just came out and they've raised $52,000. So we are definitely pacing for MDD to, capture $500,000 plus that we would not have captured with just an EDC. So huge win. I love reporting that. I hope that they're doing that at their MDD meetings too. That's critical because MDD has a chance to really drive our economic development. And look, anything else that brings sales tax into Gunter means less property tax that's needed for our budget, because unfortunately our budget is our budget. We'll talk about that here in a second. That is really all that I have. Do you guys have anything else that's an update that we need to update? I don't have anyone else. We good? All right, so let's move on to emergency management update. We did our workshop Saturday. We added to that budget workshop. We spent 5 hours on this budget. We also covered Open Meetings Act because there were some questions about what we can talk about and we want to talk more freely. So we think that we have a solution for that with workshops and town halls upcoming. We'll do that soon. Of course, we'll get your feedback, what you guys want us to talk about also. But emergency management update, well, obviously we had a storm recently. And some people ask, what is our emergency plan? They're not real sure if Gunter has one. We do, and that is the county's, Grayson County's emergency management plan that we have adopted per ordinance back in 1992. So we follow that, and you can go to Grayson County's website, look at their emergency management plan, read the whole thing. It's their basic plan, Grayson County Emergency Management. So we follow that, and with our last storm, we really didn't exhaust our resources, so we didn't have to declare a disaster, ask for anything, but I mean, our first responders, y'all, are amazing. Chief Jones, Chief Logan, Captain Cameron Kramer, and all of the team volunteer, our police department, Sergeant Wilbanks, you guys are awesome, so thank you, thank you. Let's see, Director of Parks and Public Services report. You have a report on drainage, trash,
Couple things.
and streets and signage.
Yeah. So council, thank you. So drainage, Don Anderson, Eric, and myself are meeting with Teagnall and Perkins next week. They've completed the analysis for existing conditions. This is the downtown study. And they're ready to submit models, exhibits, and tables to our city engineer, Jenny Prazak. And this identifies most of the significant drainage problems, where the issues are coming from, and potential alternatives. So we're looking forward to that, meeting next week on that. If the budget passes tonight, no pressure, we'll move forward with the RFP for the Broken Bow easement. Courtney has got me the contract documents, and so Jenny comes back from some time off Monday. I'll get that over to her, and we'll also move forward on studying the outfall associated with the meadows, from the meadows. So that will be going as well.
When you say the Broken Bow?
Broken Bow would be the easement running behind over near you, Carl, all the way to the front of toward Preston. Okay. Yeah, that's in this year's budget.
South side.
So I put
Yeah,
North
south
side,
side.
the other.
Yeah, south side.
North
yes.
side is.
South side.
South side, correct.
North side is the creek.
Yeah. Trash RFP. So all the scoring submittals are due to me by tomorrow by the committee members. So there's 5 of us. Then I'm going to tally up the scores. We're going to take the top 2 scorers, top 2 vendors, and then next week we're going to discuss them, the merits of those top 2. That'll be the committee either in person or Zoom. And then what I anticipate is I'll get it on the agenda for the October 2nd for council to authorize contract negotiations with the first place selection trash vendor. So we're happy to get that going because we're wanting them to start by January 1st. That'll be really exciting because we're bringing some of those components in-house as well. Signs, just as you know, the storm took out a bunch of our signs. We've ordered replacement poles for everything. Preston Crossings, those signs did exactly what they were supposed to do. It sheared them right off. It's like a car hit them.
Crazy.
That's what they're supposed to do, but we are going to substitute them with textile poles because they're just so massive.
Yeah.
So we've been replacing all the signs. I've got new poles ordered. I've got a lot in the budget for signage too, for replacing signs, but I had to order some of those signs, so we did do that. So that's underway. And then lastly, potholes and all that's being patched, but I'm just one of the things to let council know about is debris. So we've let Republic go through the town 2 rounds for bulk pickup. And I've been driving the town that is primarily the downtown area, but I've driven everything, Autry, College, the bridges, the woods, everything. And there's a lot of
Piles.
brush piles
Yes, there are.
that they're not gonna pick up. So I am reaching out to Republic to see what they will give us as an option, whether that's grapples, whether whatever. And I also drove the entire town today with a vendor to see what they would charge the city or a combination of city residents. I don't know, it'll be something that has to be discussed, to chip all the brush, because, it's sitting at the curbs. It would be something, whatever we decide, we would have to get out to the residents, because there is a lot of brush that's not at the curbs yet, and that we wouldn't be touching. It would only be those people that chopped it up. But I understand it, it's a lot of brush. And so these are extraordinary circumstances. I think what I've seen is a lot of the people did a good job of chopping up their brush and bringing them forward. It's not getting picked up because it doesn't meet the pickup standards in our bundle 4-foot section in our trash contract. It does not meet those standards. So they picked up some, but it looks like that's all they're picking up. So I'll have more on that.
So we'll do our best, because at the end of the day, your private property is your responsibility, not the city's, right? So if this is coming off of your private property, get it to the curb. You're responsible for 4-foot sections, bundling it, so Republic can grab that bundle, throw it in, and not have to just keep, there's only so much that they're responsible to do. But we do want to help as best we can. So thank you for reaching out and figuring out what it's going to cost us to do that. We'll do the best we can.
I should know that Monday.
I apologize for anybody I haven't been able to get back with. Lots of people asking me about that, because we said we wanted to wait a week, see what Republic picks up. We waited that second trip. There's still a whole lot left, so we'll do the best we can to provide a solution. So we're working on it. Thank you, Abby. Okay, so regular agenda, number 8, discuss, consider, and act upon appointment of Mayor Pro Tem.
I'll do it this year.
Okay, I was about to explain this, so let me explain it real quick. It's funny because Alan's here every day anyway. It's not because William's not the best ever.
You're always late.
No, so I didn't realize that, I forgot that we were supposed to do it every year. I thought it was every time the governing body changed, and we didn't have any changes in May, so I forgot about it.
We didn't have a vote in there.
The law does say you have, right, but it does say that when you pick a pro tem, it is for 1 year, so we do have an expiration. So you're out of the gates. Courtney, can you make his own motion? Or is he just asking? Okay.
It's only 9 votes anyway.
That's true, that's true, in May it changes. You wanna give him a shot, William?
Sure.
We can make it official. I'll make the motion.
It's not like there's actually anything to do, except that we'd
Right.
like to go get some emergency training.
Yeah, that's true. Well, actually, I have NIMS for all of you. We're supposed to do the 100, 200, 700, 800.
It's fun.
So
Technically,
You'll
you're
need to
supposed
do
to
it
bring
too.
breakfast.
I've done it
all
before.
your NIMS,
Thursday,
Yeah.
it's probably a good idea to update it. I'm doing mine again.
Every-
because it's been 2 years.
Or every other Friday is breakfast, I believe, and he is starting doing that. We just wanted the city attorney and I are clarifying that Mayor Pro Tem is.
Oh, that Mayor Pro Tem has to bring breakfast in.
But on the days I'm here for staff, for office hours.
So
Friday.
Friday.
Every other Friday.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll put it in my
Okay,
schedule.
so Jerry, you said
I'll
a
make
motion.
I'll make a motion.
For Alan.
For Alan.
Okay, so I have a motion, a first with Jerry,
I'll second.
a second with Wade, all in favor. All right. Thank you, William, for your service, and welcome, Alan, as Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, so we are gonna open up our,
Mayor.
yes.
You want to do his oath in here?
Okay, we can do it in here. Pat, are you prepared to do the oath now? And,
Send it.
okay, so come on up.
Come on up.
Get baby out of the corner.
Your seat's right here. So, I had a thought and I lost it.
That's why there's so many of us.
Oh, so once you do take your seat up here, Patsy was kind of thrown into the mix. Didn't know she could abstain when she wasn't comfortable making a decision because she didn't have the facts. I don't want that to ever happen to anybody again. And feel like they've been pushed into making this, you can absolutely abstain if you don't have the facts, you don't have to vote. But we'd love to have you up here with us, so. Dietrich, okay, so come on over, Pat.
What do you want?
Yeah.
Right here.
Thanks, sir. We're here.
Raise your right hand. I state your name.
I, Patrick Sean Baumian,
Do solemnly swear or affirm that I have not directly or indirectly paid, offered, promised to pay, contributed, or promised to contribute any
Yeah.
money or thing of value, or promised any public office, fresh woman, for the giving or withholding of a vote at the election in which I was elected, or as a reward to secure my appointment or confirmation, whichever the case may be, so help me God. I state your name.
I, Patrick Sean Baumian,
Do solemnly swear or affirm that I will faithfully execute the duties of the office of City Council Place 3 of the state of Texas and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States and of this state, so help me God. Okay. Then after the meeting, I'll have to issue.
You take your place in the gallows.
Come right around here behind us.
Have a seat. Welcome.
Oh, thank you. Front lines.
Yeah, yeah. That's right.
Adam, are these yours?
Yes, there.
Is there something good on there?
No. Princess Bride.
Okay, so we are opening our public hearing on our proposed fiscal year 25-26 operating budget for the city of Gunter. This budget's been on the website since the 25th of August. Prescribed by law, mandated, so it's there. I hope that everybody's had a chance to look over it. We have had 2 budget workshops, intense budget workshops, both 5 hours, and minimum, yeah. So we've all gone over this budget, asked lots of questions. Different council members have asked more questions, more documents, more reports. When I say that this budget has been torn apart, put back together, it has. And my job is to bring the budget that doesn't make my pocketbook happy, or my husband when he's like, I need an appointment with the mayor, I don't like this. It's to bring the best budget that is gonna represent the city's interest. We have to be responsible, but we also have to prepare. I don't wanna get stuck behind the 8 ball with growth coming and we're not ready for it, with not preparing as we go, and then end up like, you know, Anna and Solana and Princeton and Melissa, who really struggling with the growth that they put in place, but weren't quite ready for, and now they're struggling. So a lot of that's, it's so much harder afterward. If we can get ahead of it and plan for it, break it into pieces, that's what we've done. Every department is incredibly, you know, gosh, so fiscally, I don't even know how you guys do it, especially Chief Jones and police. Like, I'm looking at him going, did you spend anything? I mean, so much is left over. So what happens is we pass this budget if it's not spent, and sometimes it's not. I mean, you know, every department's looking at it going, should I do it? Because we're a little bit nervous about going bare bones and then trying to do the best we can to see we're really where we are. It's not like they go at the end and try to go spend it all real quick because they're going to lose it. We don't do that here. It all stays in fund balance. So whatever's in the fund balance, it's just where you start from as of October 1st. So we may start higher than we thought we were going to end up. And if you'll go back to our July 17th audit, Austin explained how amazing of a job we did with our last budget. Our audit came in just pristine. And, you know, he pointed out that we did a lot better than we said we were going to do, which I'm really proud of all of us for doing that. So we've gone back to item by item and looked at what did we spend this year? What are we going to spend next year in that category? And is there something that we missed that maybe we didn't use, but we know we're going to? We made sure every single line item in this GL code of every single department is legitimate and realistic. So I'm going to open this up for public hearing. I do have a couple of names who have signed up. We're going to open it up, so if you didn't sign up and you're here, raise your hand. I'll get to you after the first 2 speakers come up. What I want you to keep in mind though is tonight is budget, not tax. Budget does direct, has an impact on the tax rate, absolutely does. But this is about the budget hearing. So I want you to stick to budget, to stay on topic. And if you have a suggestion, please tell us where you would, you know, don't want us to have this high of a budget, you want us to cut something back. Be nice to give us an idea so that we know what you want. And we'll do the best we can to make sense of it all, of course, and we'll discuss it after. Hopefully we'll answer all of your questions. So I'm going to open this hearing at 8:47 to hear public comments regarding the proposed fiscal year 25-26 operating budget for the city of Gunter. And first up, I have Kendra Inget. Come on up, Kendra.
So my comment, I'm Kendra Inget. I'm at 607 North 9th Street, just at the top of College Hill. But I really wanted to talk about the property tax rate, so I guess that's not appropriate for me to do at this point.
It's really budget hearing. Next Thursday, we're going to talk all about tax.
Great, I get to sit through all this again.
We got 2 new
They'll be
victims.
shorter.
We got 2
But-
new
But congratulations, Pat.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Kendra. Now, I will say this, I mean, our budget, again, directs that tax rate. So if you can pull that into the budget conversation, we could do that, but this is budget. Okay. Next on the list is Heidi Merchant. Come on up, Heidi. Name and address for the record.
Good evening. I'm Heidi Merchant at 2100 Fox Bend Trace. I would just like to request that the council tonight take a second look at balancing the budget that we already have with existing funds instead of taxing the citizens further. Year-over-year comparison shows some interesting changes in looking at the budget. So, for example, just kind of on those first pages there of the account revenue, we see that the council expects to see a decline in some things and no change in certain areas. So, for example, like the property tax delinquencies, we see that going from 5,000 to 0. Implementing more taxes is probably going to lead to more delinquencies, which would be more revenue for the city. We see that these things such as patio, fence, permit fees, and irrigation fees, platting fees as well, we don't expect to see an increase in any of those. So none of those are reflected in the new budget, which would show additional revenue for the city. I'm curious as to why the development fees have been reduced to 0 from 15,000. When will Mustang meter revenue be expected to increase? With all the new housing, hopefully we'll see that increase as well. Why is there a drop in the interest income in spite of the revenue increasing by $1.3 million? We should see an increase in that interest as well. Under the general admin for the budget page there, we see auditing increases in the budget of 40%. That's a huge increase. We see dues and subscriptions increasing by 54%. We see emergency management increasing from $0. That means the city council previously had spent nothing in last year's budget for emergency management to $100,000. So curious as to what that is going for as well. Is this something that a grant could cover as opposed to citizens being taxed? We see things like cable and internet. We have a 75% increase in expense on that. That's huge. We have competitors here now. In fact, when I was with GCEC, commented to them that our speed was too slow. They recommended I change. Maybe the city of Gunter needs a change in internet and cable. Municipal court increases. We see that they are having huge increases as well. So 100% increase in health insurance from $12,000 to $24,000. We see postage increasing for the municipal court from 0 to $1,500. What is that for? Under the parks, we see that miscellaneous expense has increased 3,000% from $500 to $16,500. Maintenance and repairs to buildings has doubled, yet supplies has gone down. So how are we increasing maintenance with supplies going down? When we look at our police department, we see that the fuel has more than doubled from $19,000 to $40,000. Does that have anything to do with the police now policing the school zones? Is that something we can get recouped from the school system? Under the fire department, we're looking at bunker gear going from $10,000 to $97,650. Is that something that we could get grants for? Equipment testing has gone up tenfold from $3,150 to $34,730. Totaling out that budget is more than doubled. And in closing, I'll just go ahead and say thank you so much for your service to our city. And we know that you are considering the tax burden that's already on the citizens. And thank you for your efforts to get ahead, but at whose expense?
Thank you, Heidi. I'm going to try to answer all those questions. Is there anybody else who wanted to speak before I close the public hearing on budget? Okay, seeing none, I will close that at 8:52. Okay, so many great questions, and I'm so glad that you brought those up because these are fantastic questions. Let's start. I'm going to try to cover all these as quickly as I can. Do you guys have any questions or comments first before I do that, and then we'll open it back up for discussion?
Well, I just want to say, first of all, there may be a little confusion with comparison to some of these because just because there was shows a 0 for last year, that's not necessarily a 0. There was a change in accounting.
Some of the codes.
Some of the codes.
We're trying to clean up codes.
So it was accounted for in other places. That's why you would have potentially seen last year's revenue or last year's expenses or revenues be considerably higher than they are this year, and then vice versa. It's because codes themselves are changing, so.
It was like on page 6, it was 15,000 last year, 0 this year, and then you go on to page 7, it was 0 last year, 15 this year. We went from
Particularly
one
streets.
category to
Yes.
another one.
So let's go through these. I'm gonna catch me if I don't answer your question. I will do my best. I was writing as fast. You came prepared and I wasn't quick enough. Okay, so, for fees with revenue, let's go over, I think you mentioned, you were going
Inspector
over
fees.
permits, pool permits, fence permits, plan reviews, all those things. So I don't know why we have so many little broken down GL codes for essentially the same category. So all of those are inspection type things that we're paying for, but we're outsourcing that to Bureau Veritas. We've recently changed to Atlas. Bureau Veritas is still working on some projects, so we've actually got 2 different inspection companies because we don't have an in-house person. So when you're seeing all of those as a revenue coming in, you may not see them in this new budget, because what I'm trying to do is when you go into the development category, in his department of that fund 10, there's only 2 funds that we're actually working out of, and I'll explain that. But development, you're gonna see inspection fees, I just kind of grouped them into $100,000 is what's coming in those different categories. You're gonna see it go right back out in Eric's budget as the inspection, because, does that make sense? We're not actually keeping any of that, so it's a revenue and an expense that should be a wash. Same thing for developer fees. When developers come into town, they'll put a $5,000, I think is their kind of base bucket of what they're gonna put into it. As they use engineers, attorneys, anything that's contracted to help their development that we have to do, again, we're paying Courtney to review different things. Jenny's our engineer. If we have to pay Courtney and our engineers, we're pulling it then out of their bucket. So it's kind of a wash. We're not actually, can't show it as a revenue because we're not gonna keep it. And theirs is separate, like it's a bucket. So am I explaining that?
It's a straight
Yep.
pass
You guys,
through.
it's a straight pass through, so I don't wanna show it in revenue because then it makes it look like we're gaining what we're not. So we're trying to clean up GL codes as well because there was a lot of inconsistency from one department to the next. And some things have been moved. For example, our lease on the police department, that has always been in the general fund so far. We moved that into the police department, so you're gonna see it leave the general fund under the administrative. When everything you see that's 10-100, that's admin. And you see 10-400 is police department, so you see it leave here and it's over there. It's all still within the general fund, the one that we operate under. It's just in a different place. So you're gonna see it go up, 100% over here, 1,000%, you're gonna see it drop over here. Mustang Sud, yes, taps. We have about 2.3 million or 2.7 million in deferred. So you're gonna see that in the overall fund balance. We're gonna get it for 10 more years. But taps, we do get paid per tap. We've only put in, since we sold the water system, roughly 60 taps. We only get paid over the next 10 years when a tap comes in. Good news is the bridges is coming. So we're gonna see those go up, but I don't wanna overestimate that because we don't know how many houses are actually gonna be sold this upcoming year. It's probably gonna be March, April before they even kick off 1 or 2, and it might be 2 or 3 a month. So we were very conservative on that. I don't wanna act like it's coming when it's not. Now the next year, it's gonna be a whole different story. We're gonna have the preserve, we're gonna have the bridges, possibly Taylor Ranch, maybe Platinum Ranch, depends on how fast they move this dirt and get ready. So that's on the way. Auditing cost, the reason that looks like it went up is because at the end of my when I came in 23-24 fiscal year, remember we got shut down in December. We didn't have anybody here till May. I couldn't do anything that wasn't emergency management until afterwards, so we didn't spend the auditing money until this year. So you're gonna see that this fiscal year for what we were doing there. We actually did 2 years in one on this one. So that's why that looks like it increased. That'll settle down and it'll balance itself back up. From this year here, as we change these codes to clean it up, when you look at this year's budget this time next year, you guys are gonna see real numbers and real comparisons from where we started and where we're stopping. And every single month, we're gonna have a variance report it's keeping the pulse on where we are and what we're spending and how we're doing. So we'll start explaining that so that every single month at one of our meetings, probably the third Thursday, you guys are gonna know exactly what's happening with our finances as we go, not one time a year when we get to budget. So it's gonna make more sense. Emergency management. That is a new GL code that I created this year. We've never had any funds set aside for emergency management. We should have funds for emergency management because if we have to go and clear a bunch of trees, like right now it's not in our budget, Adam's gonna try to price that. We're gonna try to figure out how we can pull that out of existing reserve or something that we haven't used. The end of this year ends on September 30th. We'll try to find those funds and we'll see what we can do to help the people on that. But emergency management, I only put 100,000 in it because we gotta start somewhere. It is one of the categories I told you guys at the budget workshop that if we have to start pulling funds out, that's a great one to start because this year we have $60,000 that is going to hit that. So I went over just a little bit, but that 60 is also a pass-through. So those are the flock safety grants that Chief Jones and Sergeant Wilbanks worked so hard on. We're gonna get roughly 60, now I'm going on memory, 62-ish thousand, 66, somewhere in there, $1,000 worth of equipment, which is gonna be amazing for us with LED, like the license plate readers, a lot of stuff for our events that'll keep us safe. And we can use in multiple different ways through fire, police, events, all sorts of things, parks. And we're paying about $12,000, less than $13,000 for it. So you're gonna see it. We're gonna pay flock. The grant we got will then reimburse us and that money will still be sitting there at 100,000. So we gotta pull it. You can, because it's not a big deal. I'm just trying to build a cushion moving forward. And I started with 100,000. So remember emergency management. Again, back to grants. We did get the one with flock safety, which is great. We do apply for grants all the time, y'all. Per capita, Gunter's incredibly wealthy. When you compare us to other, cities that are really struggling, Whitesboro, Whitewright, Tioga, Collinsville, they win these grants over us because they're more need. They have more need. And so believe me, we do as many as we can. We just get them denied.
I would say we're the hardest demographic here. We're the hardest in Grayson County to get grants because of our value.
Our median home value is $560. So, you compare that to other cities around us, and I mean, they just win the grants. They get them. So, which is good for them.
Department, they do a really good job on researching, doing that, finding out the grants, everything out there. Same with the fire department. If there's a grant name out there,
we go after it.
Go see it and try to apply for it and get it. So.
And even with flock safety, we originally got the one that we talked about, we brought back to council, and Chief Jones got approval from council to go there. When they went to receive that grant, there were cities that didn't show up. Guess what? They lost their grant. So we swooped in and grabbed theirs because we had that opportunity. So thank you, Sergeant Wilbanks, because Chief Jones was out on a case and could not get away and had to do some other things. And then Sergeant Wilbanks was able to fill in that gap and go in and collect that for us. And we got a lot. Captain Kramer worked real hard with him to collaborate and see, what exactly do we need? And we came back with a win. Let's see, cable internet going up. You've probably seen us pull that from other areas. That's one that we combined in administrative. I want to say it was like, I don't remember how much. I know there was an increase. Do you remember, Deidre? I think it's because you're seeing that increase in that area because we pulled it from other departments. I don't know why we were splitting out cable and internet between, pushing it to Danny. It's all in one place now, so that's probably why it looks like it increased. It's just left other places. Let's see, courts. Well, thank you to our officers. We are issuing lots more tickets. I mean, we're doing our job. And I know our court clerk, Rebecca, is overwhelmed and is getting help. Everybody in our front office is cross-trained to help each other out because everybody does their job and it's a lot. Nobody has anybody to delegate to or help. So lots of crossover. I know Donna's helping Rebecca quite a bit. Rosa is so involved in the courts as well. Good thing, bad thing, we're having a lot more activity in courts. It's never going to be a revenue source because most of that money goes right to the state, but we have to do it. We have to keep our city safe. We have to write those tickets. We have to do all these things that court costs are.
Right, and that's the reason why the postage is as high as it is, because it's a state requirement that all citations that are by code, or for code violation, have to be mailed certified. It's terrible. And so it can cost us $6 or $9 for one letter.
Yeah, and Courtney, you could speak to the fact that now with all the zoning changes, anything we used to have to notify within 200 feet or something is now 1,500?
Yeah.
1,500, so lots more people. So we know that postage is gonna cost more because every time we do a zoning change, every time we do a land use change, if we have to notify you, public hearings, all that has to be mailed out to not just 200 feet of surrounding people, but 1,500. So it just.
By certified return
receipt requested.
Which is expensive.
Very.
Thank you, Texas legislature. Really, really making it hard for municipalities like us to just survive regulation. I mean, it's hard. It's not fair to the taxpayer. I don't like it, but we have to do those things. By mandate, police department fuel. Yes, going up because last year we authorized 2 new officers, that's 2 new vehicles, and our officers are actually out driving now, whereas, before, not everybody was working as hard as Chief Jones has them working hard now. We've got an amazing department.
They weren't on a 24-hour shift.
Yeah, we didn't have the coverage.
Right, we didn't have the
stop
coverage.
patrolling after a certain time because
Yeah.
it got dangerous.
Yeah.
And adding the 2 officers to it gave them have backup. So you might see 2 officers at one call at 10 o'clock.
Right.
So
Yeah.
it's safer.
So they're
for them.
safer. Yeah, they're safer. We're doing more. They're doing their job, and it's costing us a little more. Let's see. School zones. Yes. So that was your question: is the school contributing to the cost sharing? If we're doing that, we did when school started help the school district out for Captain Kramer 4 weeks. Is it 4? We've done it 4 weeks. We're not still out there though, right? Or we are still out there. So we are running out of emergency management assistance. Do you have anything to kind of speak to that? Kind of a brief, like where we are.
Yeah, so there's some text dot improvements that are coming along FM 121 that will help to notify incoming traffic, that will help to regulate that intersection. And the school district's trying to evaluate some options of how to facilitate potentially another off-duty police officer out there to supplement instead of us being out there in the process.
We're trying to work with Dr. Brandon Enos. I mean, their budget's terribly tight and upside down. He said, I think he had 27 days of operating. We have 6 months of operating saved. We've been very careful with ours, but he just walked in the door. We're trying to do the best we can to support him. Still working on that apparently. So we're trying. We're working on it. Let's see. Health insurance. Oh man, yeah. We cringed when we found out health insurance is going up. That's one of our vendors. All vendors are a minimum of 4% increase. We looked at everything and we can't cut it back anymore. I mean, these guys have to have health insurance, and I don't know what else to do. It's one of the perks that they have. We've got good health insurance.
Yeah, we actually took a break, so it's actually cheaper this year than it was last year.
But we do have, the reason you're gonna see it going up, we have a few more employees, so we have more people using it, and That's not going away anytime soon, unfortunately.
We have 19, it's pretty exciting. We've never had
Yeah, I
19
mean,
employees.
I can say this, every single employee all staff works very hard, you guys. There's just no fluff in that either. They all carry a load. And amazing to each other and helping each other out when somebody's off on vacation or whatever. Fire department, so that's across the board. You're gonna see it go up. I don't know, we put another 350,000 or so into it, and here's why. When I'm talking about preparing for future, the future taxpayers aren't here yet. Eventually they will share it when there's more people paying for something. It's spread out among more, and it's not such the burden to each of us individually, but right now we are about to grow. We know what we have coming in our developments with Platinum Ranch, Taylor Ranch, the Preserve. We have some MUDs coming in around us, so we're gonna have some very hard conversations coming up in the next year. We're gonna plan for how we're gonna handle that because, look, if they're not gonna come to the table, we can't keep providing fire for everybody. So they're either gonna pay for it or we're gonna have to cut them out of the district. We have to do something. They're gonna have to provide for themselves. But we do have to either get ready for a paid fire department. If we don't, we're at the mercy of the county cost sharing. We could lose that to other cities who want to kind of draw in and become bigger and cover that area. I think it's incredibly important for us to move this direction, or we could lose our ability to have our fire district and we won't control our fire and EMS. So super important for us to get ready for paid. What that means is day one, the first firefighter that is paid, that we hire, we go from volunteer standards to automatically across the board, everything has to meet the state standards for a paid fire department with one hire. And it's very expensive. So bunker gear, all of those things are just, it's not getting us there, it's getting us ready to be there. We'll do that this year. There's a whole lot more needs that will come the next year. Captain Kramer, would you like to kind of just give a summary of what that looks like and explain that probably better than I can?
Yeah, as the mayor mentioned, it's really just who our regulatory functions happen through. And from that perspective, a great example is our air refilling systems. Okay, right now we test them annually. We have to test them every quarter. Bunker gear has to be inspected every 6 months, has to be advanced inspected every year. These are all kinds of things that ideally we would be doing as a volunteer organization that we're struggling to get to that point, but we don't have any options once we begin to hire folks about what that looks like. Bunker gear is a great example, right? So on bunker gear, if you use it at the fire, it's supposed to be clean before you put it back on. Well, we still have to go to the next fire after we use that set of bunker gear. So then what are the tools that we have to go to the next fire while that gear is being cleaned? And those are all systems we have to have in place to be able to support fire response as we're moving forward. And that's really what you're seeing is getting us to the standards associated with a career organization.
So I asked Captain Kramer to tell me, obviously we've got to take bites of this elephant a little bit at a time because we can't do it overnight. And it's not fair to all of us here to have to do it overnight to get ready for what's coming. But guys, we don't have any capital outlay program. We have nothing set aside for big stuff. We need a mini pumper. Our engine's 2017? With lots of miles on it, and it's only going to get more and more because our district is so big. We do a lot of mutual aid. There's just no way around it. What we're doing right now, we need so many things. I couldn't put anything in capital outlay because we just don't have the money. But we could start doing some things that get us going. Baby steps is what we're doing with fire. Now, if council says don't want to pay fire department, well, we can probably cut about $350,000 out. Just know that we're going to lose control like we did with our water. We have no control over development, so we don't have water. It's a challenge for Eric. Every single developer that comes in, we just don't have a whole lot to negotiate. We're doing the best we can. So I really don't want us to lose fire and EMS. We need to control that for our city. I mean, I guess, let me see if I think I touched on everything, Heidi. Parks is up 16,000. We did something with parks.
No, I don't even understand what that is.
Let me
Parks
look real quick.
miscellaneous is $500.
Yeah. Let me
Yeah, so
look
what-
at last year.
Went
I
from
wonder if it was
500
it.
to 15.
Oh, you're saying last year it was,
Last year it was 500, this year it's 16,000.
let me look at parks. Was that, it wasn't contract services?
We might have moved some.
Something's in the wrong spot. It's 1.5% of the total park budget, which is like 34,000. So it's still 500.
That $16,700.
Yeah, that's something's wrong.
You know, we might, is Parks 300?
Parks
Parks
is
300?
Yeah,
It is.
300.
Okay, so, we pulled it out Saturday. I think that was the one that mistake, we pulled that out.
Oh, that's the $20,000 that we pulled.
Yeah, it should be 5.
So-
Yeah, we
I
pulled that
don't
$20,000.
ever put much in miscellaneous because it's not a great
What-
line.
What line was it under?
Printed it today.
You said it was,
10-300-6900. Miscellaneous expense.
no, it's still showing 16.5.
Yeah, it's really close. This is the same number I have. You're showing a total of 54, or 54.
300, 6,900.
You're showing a total of $54,300 for the whole
Yeah.
block.
That's a mistake, right?
Was that the ad for the water?
Oh, we did do that.
Right.
Yes, because Eddie did not, he had to create the GL code. That's the park water.
That's the park water.
Thank you, Captain
Okay.
Kramer. That's exactly what it is. Because if you'll look in their codes, we tried to move it and
That was on
there
me.
wasn't a code. I couldn't put
Eddie
it
just got that
underwater.
added. and
He
I
just added
I
it
need to move
yesterday.
over.
So it's water, it's the park water. We separated it out from our water bill with Mustang, shows all the different meters. And we pulled it so that it would be in the right department, so we'd kind of be able to watch it. In case you have irrigation bust, which we did, and we are in the process of getting the reimbursement for that. They have to look at our 2 months of what we're doing, and then they go back in and they refund us for the irrigation
We have one park
bust.
Yes, it did.
and it costs $16,000 to water it.
All those trees,
Trees
those
turn.
beautiful trees,
In the ballpark.
yeah, the ballpark,
Ballpark has
it's
heads.
all there together, yes.
Yeah. You should only water once a week like we do.
That would be Adam's department, I don't know how you have that set with the irrigation meters,
Well,
but I mean, I've
the
never
the
actually
figure
seen
seems
them
a little
on.
high. I mean, it just does, but it's actuals.
Well,
I don't-
I think part of it though was when,
We
again,
had-
I went
we
to
had-
every line item to see where we are today. And I think that was probably because of the irrigation. We had a couple of them too,
We
back
had
in
3
around
leaks
4th of
this year.
July.
We had
We had 3 leaks, and
we
one was a
did
pretty bad
calculate
leak.
that number
It was a
in
main
there, that's
line.
why
Yeah, it
it's
was a
high.
main, so, but
But God forbid this
those,
to happen again, that water bill was $1,400 just for that 1 month.
so we're, waiting for that reimbursement. So that's been submitted, and then what they do is take your average and then come back and reimburse you,
Yeah, we don't water extravagant.
for the break. No, we don't. I've actually never seen them on, but I know that they work.
Is it underneath the same water restrictions as us?
Yeah.
The fields are on head, they should be the same
Yeah.
restrictions the city's on. The trees are dripped,
Right, so it's,
so,
Until
but,
they get established. That's when we won't need to trim trees.
right.
and we keep a pretty tight watch on it.
Those free trees cost us a lot of money and
I mean, I would think
watering and putting in
breaks cost us quite a bit. That's what cost us, I believe, the most.
All right.
Breaks.
Before moving to streets, because I think that's the only department I haven't covered yet. Heidi, did I answer your questions?
You did. The only other question I really had was on the 2021 CO principal at $360,000. It looks like the 2021 CO interest, is that interest on that principal?
So
Is that
we do
about it?
have a chart. Do not have it with me. I can certainly get you a copy of those because I had Jason send those to me, and I was so glad that he did because we actually did not get it all reported to the county, what our true debt was. Now, it doesn't change it a whole lot, but that's something that we realized Eddie hadn't included all of our COs. So I don't even know if it would have changed our debt tax from 11 to 12, but the debt is supposed to be reported to the county so that they can say, here's your debt tax, everything else, here's the maximum with your voter approval. They give us those numbers, and that's what we work with, and we have to make our budget fit within it. So those COs and interest, going on memory, couldn't even tell you, but I have a copy of those printed out. I can certainly get.
I guess I was just looking at the interest rate, like it's approximately 12.7% interest rate. I mean, that surely, especially with interest rates dropping, that's something maybe the council could look at getting refinanced.
So we're gonna have to tackle the COs. The bad news is, like, these are 2021 COs. 1.8 million of it was streets. It's gone, and we didn't repair streets. I think we spent 400. The city back in 21, 22 did. It's gone, y'all. It's gone. I'm gonna go back and do a deep dive when I have time to figure out where exactly it all went.
That was the only one when I came into office that
Yes.
was left was Preston. I
So-
did Preston Glen.
That 1.8 million, surprise, another landmine. I don't know where it went, other than I can look back at Rick Chafin's 2022 annual budget, and it says we are going to use the street fund to absorb the water personnel. That's dumb. So, and I think illegal. I don't think you can do that with the street fund or your street bonds. You told the citizens you're doing this, you didn't maintain or repair streets. So we're gonna try to make that better now, and we're trying to be as transparent as we can, and I will gladly get you those documents. You can see the entire schedule. It's not paid off until 2030, I think.
Yeah, I just was looking at the interest rate specifically going,
Yeah.
like, maybe we could refinance, get a lower interest rate. save
Yeah,
us some
I
money.
mean, it's a bummer having to pay COs that you don't have money left for, and it's still there. So, yes, Mark?
Just so you're aware, bond rates are set, if I'm not mistaken, by ordinance, at the state level. When they adopt it, it's what it was adopted at. The rate's not 12.5%, I can tell you that. It's prime plus or minus whatever the percentage rate.
Yeah. It's in all the documents.
Ratio.
I just don't remember it.
Yeah, but it's not as high as you're expecting it to be or calculating it to be.
Right.
It's regulated by the state, not just the city taking on the bond. So you can't be paying 6 or 7% greater than prime rate. It's not gonna happen. It doesn't happen, I'm just telling you.
Okay, no, I thought I had them right here, but I don't. I can give them to you though, Heidi. If you'll leave me your email.
Oh.
Let me see if this is it. No,
It's
actually,
okay, it was really just more of a curious if we could refinance that, since it's 45,000 a year interest on 360,000.
So I've asked Jason, he was out of town at the time. He's our, with Hilltop Securities, he's our financial team. He's amazing. And so we've had those conversations with, because I mean, we also, at some point, we're busting at the seams here. We are gonna have to build a city hall or move to a location or do something, because we are expanding. So we have to plan for that too. We don't have the money in it this year, but I'm wondering if we're gonna have a conversation soon to see like what can we do with those to be able to plan for what's next. So I will update you guys as soon as I have that information. Streets. So that's really, I guess, the last department. I hate that this is taking so long, but I want you guys to understand this. You deserve to know. Our street department, you're gonna see some weird things with the fund. So everything was put into Fund 34. Our general fund is where all the routine maintenance and operations is supposed to be. Whatever's in Fund 34 is the street sales tax. You can only maintain and repair streets with the street sales tax. So all of the personnel, the department itself, needs to be over in the general fund. So I moved it. You're gonna see everything that is a was something in 34, and now it's a 0, you're gonna see it in the 10-7, is it 10-7-40? 7-20. I do that every time. So you're gonna see what left 34 over in 10-7-20 as a 0, and now we're going into whatever it is, those amounts.
287,000.
Yeah, so when you see that, those two together are the street department, but to keep us legal, we're only maintaining we're using that sales tax in 34 only to maintain and build streets. So we're projecting, I don't have it in front of me, but I wanna say it was less than $400,000 that we think we're gonna get this year for revenue in Fund 34. And all of that'll go towards street. But what we put in the general fund was $287,000. That's what you're seeing in our overall budget that our taxes are going toward in the general fund. And then in street projects, we have $750,000 in projects we've already established, need to be done. We know how much it's gonna cost. We've teamed up as best we can with the county for ILAs. We know what materials are. A lot of that too is signs. I think Adam has like over 100 street signs. You drive around downtown, there's no street signs. It makes me crazy. I want it fixed. So we're putting this in the budget. Now obviously 750 is a whole lot more than just shy of 400, 350 or 60 or whatever it is. So where does that come from? Well, it's part of the overall budget, so it's gonna be coming from property tax. So people say, well, I don't wanna raise tax if I don't like this budget. Tell me what you want to remove, because all I can do is pull from streets or I can pull from fire. Not me, they can pull from, it puts them in a position to have to figure out what do we not want to do. So if we don't want to do something, we need to hear from you. We pass a budget tonight with all of this in it, and then you guys come back next week and go, I don't like the tax rate that this causes. We can go back and say, all right, well then we'll just pull that out. Yes, it's budgeted, but we don't have to do it, and we'll lower the tax, and then we won't have the money to do it. So, you know, if anybody wants the list, the detail of the street department, it was a supplement form that Adam created for council so they'd understand where our money's going. Not that, you know, I put $1 million in the street bucket, but what exactly is in that 749 that is not personnel and, which by the way is Adam, a full-time crew leader, and then a part-time person. So we did add some personnel to it because if he wants, you know, we gotta get out there and install streets and do all these things. We have to have people to do it. Adam's one guy, so we did have to put some personnel in there. And that changes everything with retirement and health benefits and all those things. So that is in that department. If you know, if anybody wants that to see what streets we're working on, what's the background of what that includes, happy to share that. Offhand, I would say, I would just ask for it because, and I'll get this to you, so if you put in a public information request, send it to Deidre. I'll make sure she has this document, she can just shoot it over, but it's very detailed exactly what's in every single GL code and what we're planning on doing, what streets we're doing.
And I can just say, one of the things that's changing the streets. So streets mostly, like the big line on it would be street repairs, which is like $365,000. Most of those are county projects to do with the county. We're paying the county to do them. The other thing that changed this year is one of the major changes is we've consolidated our engineering into streets.
Yes.
So whereas before engineering might be somewhat in Eric's department, basically Eric's engineering is only going to be development. Any other engineering in the city is going to be in my department.
Yeah,
so my department now picks it all up. So there was a lot of increases this year that basically were just funneling in. So all the things I said now about drainage studies and all that, that's all in my department. So drainage, it's really streets is drainage as well. So those are the two areas. But yeah, it is pretty detailed. I broke it all down.
Yes. So I don't know exactly how to tie it back to budget, but my question tonight was with all of this massive growth, why aren't those homes and the sales from those homes driving our revenue? Why does that have to be on the backs of us that live in the city?
Yeah, that's
Like,
what I
can you
meant earlier
explain that?
when I said they're not here yet. So it's like building the infrastructure for them, they're not here yet. Those homes aren't here, so we're not collecting property tax, which would make everything better for all of us because it would be shared among more. They're not here yet, but we have to be ready for them. So we have to get ready with police. We're good. We did that last year, and now we're in a position where it's where we need to be for a while. But fire's not, and streets have just been delayed maintenance for so many years, decades. And and here's the problem with that too, and it's not fair because so few taxpayers in the city are actually paying for streets that everybody uses. I did a post in this in Moms and Dads not that long ago when someone I think lives either in the ETJ or county asked the question. I'm like, it's a fair question, but here's the reality, and I mean, she said, I don't like it, but I understand it. And, if we had more people annexing in to share those costs that everybody's using, that only a few of us are paying for, it's just hard.
And I'll expand on that a little bit. It's like, if you look at the major subdivisions that are in Gunter, okay, the Woods, Bridges, okay, those are really the only two that are in the city limits.
Yeah.
Hidden Lakes, Maples Ranch, the one that's back up from Burke Road now, everything that's on McConnell, all those houses, we're not getting any city tax for.
Yeah.
All of those people are using our streets, all those people are using our schools, all those people are using our roads, we're not getting tax money from it. So it is an unfair burden.
They do pay school tax.
Oh, excuse me, they pay school tax, yes, but we're getting an unfair burden to us now. But we have these subdivisions that are coming in that are going to be in the city limits that we have negotiated well with, that are going to start picking up the revenue, but it's going to be a couple of years down the road, unfortunately.
That's helpful. Thank you.
And the streets, one more thing about the streets, is maintenance at this point. There
It's
really
not even
are,
reconstruction.
there's not one street
Yeah.
project, what I call a true street project in there.
Right.
Because that's reconstruction.
We're
There's
talking
no
about the things
reconstruction.
we've done,
Yeah.
blading them, taking care of them moving forward, so we don't have to go back and reconstruct them again.
And then some
And
developers
it's
are
all we
actually
do.
putting in a street in an area where the right of ways already been dedicated and the street table was never put in.
Right.
So they're having to flip that cost of putting in a street that should already be there, but you got the developer to do it in a developed area, not in a redevelopment area, not in a brand new development.
So, okay, so last question, and then I want you guys to discuss this. Mark?
I just wanted to point out also that part of what you're missing when you say the people here are being taxed for future growth, you're also being taxed for the growth that's already occurred through the TERS, where the money's not going to the streets in the town, it's going into the new development that's already there for expansion and other stuff. So when you look at a 50% or a 30% TERS, that 30% that the city's not getting anymore, it's going back into that neighborhood or that development, that 30% could have been spent on roads or other things in the infrastructure the town needs this. So when they start talking about the TERS here a little bit and holding the hearings, understand that these are negotiation tools that the city uses to bring growth, but they have to give up something at the same time to get that growth to come in and spend the hundreds of millions of, not billions of dollars to put the infrastructure in to build the 5,000 home neighborhoods off the tollway that are coming. And unfortunately, it happened with bridges, and that money, that tax money is going back to the developer instead of being spent at 121 and Preston Road, on Block Road, on other roads that need a lot of repair. Getting speech.
Okay, guys, so, now I'm opening it up to you guys to discuss, share thoughts, where we are, what you guys want. You got the hard decision, like sorry, it's yours to make. Fine.
You just make a motion to talk about it.
We're discussing it, so if you wanna share what you wanna share.
I mean, after sitting through that meeting, like talking to Captain Kramer, like I didn't realize how much the equipment costs for the fire department. I mean, it's what, $10,000 a bunker unit? $7,000 a bunker unit, and it's one of those like you can't really get by, or even if you don't use it in 10 years, you have to get a whole new set. And I think, they have an expiration date, and then that was the other thing I asked at the budget meeting was, are the moons aligned to where this is the year that a lot of the bunker gear is expiring and we have to get new ones, right? So that was the other part to that is this year we have a lot of stuff that is hitting the expiration date. I never knew that. I mean, sitting in those chairs, 2 years ago, I never even understood that. The other thing that got brought up is, the bunkhouse is in the garage, 20 feet from the exhaust of a fire truck.
Yeah, they're breathing in that stuff.
And they're trying to sleep, or after they get done from a call, they want to go back and sleep. It's like, you gotta air out that room. I never knew that.
And I couldn't put that in the budget, y'all.
Yeah.
They're
So-
breathing in the exhaust of the trucks. I couldn't put it in the budget because other stuff outranked it. Imagine that. Other stuff outranked that. That's not good.
So, and I know that the city's not just giving the city employees, personal cars to drive around. And we're trying to make sure, we sat there and we were like, do we really need that? Can we maybe cut 5,000 from this one, 5,000 from that one?
Yeah.
I mean, it's.
It was 5.5, 6 hours.
This,
Yeah.
This budget is very bare bones. It really is. It's very bare bones.
And every budget I think we've had has been bare bones, and that moment that we actually get a non-bare bones budget, that would be nice.
It'd be nice when we have more
But
tax coming in.
we all know what that means, though, is then our small little town is not the small little town again. So that's kind of, that was the question I raised. I was like, well, I want to keep a small little town. We can keep it, but we're not going to be able to repair the roads. When I moved here, McConnell just got stripped and redone, and that was 5 years ago, 6 years ago almost. And it's now looking like it was when I moved here, but.
It's on the list.
Yeah, no, I know, but I mean, it's one of those situations, like, can't.
Like,
repair
we
it.
just paid the county to go and do the edges of the road, because
Yeah.
the edges were, really problematic.
Yeah.
So,
And those are
but
the
once
kind of
again,
things
it's a
we're doing.
Band-Aid to keep people from blowing tires out.
Ag for block too.
So
Yeah.
I'll make a motion that we just accept budget as written and just we're gonna go forward with it.
Because we can always amend it and go, we did that last year, we went back, we looked at it, we found out we did have extra funds, so we didn't have to use it in a certain area, right? Mid-year, yeah.
And if you want to decide between now and next week to pull some roads off of this project list,
I already, yeah, I know where all of the
it's,
pennies
we
are
can
going
do it.
to.
We can. I think people don't like it, but I don't think they like their taxes raised. It's not a good position either way, but, we do what you guys are wanting us to do. This is what we feel like is best for the city's interest, but,
The county provides what I consider the most affordable.
well, that's what's amazing
Like, if
about
I go
it
to a
is
private
that,
contractor,
yeah, we're not going out there in the world
It's
and
more.
doing, all these other things. We're doing it
Yeah,
as
they give us a
cost
good
effective as we can because we're joining with the county. William, you struggle the most and finally got to a place where like, oh crap.
I wanted a 12% reduction on this budget.
Yeah.
I don't like the budget. I think there's errors in it that could be saving somewhere. We're not in a position to have a luxury budget. I don't think anybody wants their taxes to go up $700 a year.
I don't.
I mean, we don't. I think we can tighten the belt a little bit in some places and bring it down. Maybe not the 12% that I wanted, but certainly less than this. This is a 15% increase over what we did last year. And when more people get into town, I'm not confident that the next city council is going to be willing to reduce the taxes to take into account the new houses coming in. I think we need to learn how to get by with less now, not later.
What do you want to?
If we have to buy something because it's for future use, we should be looking at COs or revenue bonds or general obligation bonds or something to shift that burden to the people who are coming, so the people here now aren't paying for it.
We're gonna have to do that anyway. We're gonna have to do that anyway.
So
Captain Kramer, we need a plant, we need a mini pumper. There's only so much we can do. We're kind of saving that stuff for the COs, but do you suggesting pull out what?
I mean, when we did that budget workshop, there were 3 or 4 things that I came across that we found were wrong.
We pulled it out.
Courts
was one.
That was a cursory look. That wasn't a deep dive. And how much will you find if it's a deep dive? I think we really need to look at it hard, and if we just make an across-the-board reduction, it'll force everyone to look at it hard.
It'll force them to use reserves.
Didn't use the reserves.
Okay.
It will be Whitesboro. We won't have.
No, it won't be Whitesboro. Whitesboro is doing
We have,
extravagant things.
so with reserves, we do have 6 months operating, not touching it. Not touching that. But that's where we need to be. I don't think we need to be more. But 6 months reserves is, me personally, I'm gonna ask you to let me keep that because I think that's.
Didn't we
We
have a
need it.
time, maybe 4 or 5 years ago, that we only had 3 months of reserves or 2 months of reserves, and that was during one of the
Yeah.
ice storms? Yeah, right before.
Snow bit.
Yeah, the snow.
Snowmageddon in, 2022.
Yeah, 2 months reserves.
I
So,
would point out that because you had those little reserves is part of the reason why you don't have a water system anymore.
exactly.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying,
Exactly.
like, we've been, before you moved up here, I remember we had that, we had 2 months of operating system, or a month or something. And we had that snowstorm, and it closed everything down, and we were like, how much longer can we even have the town operate? So, I mean, I agree
Well, we
with
don't have a
trying to
water
slim
system
down.
now, so there's nothing else to lose.
Right.
Mayor, can I add that, you should let y'all know that all of our vendors went up 4 to 7%.
Right.
So,
Those are things that we can't control.
that scares
Well,
me.
this budget's going up 15, so if we went up 7, that'd be half of that.
No, we added personnel.
And we've also taken on part of the elephant.
I think we can tighten the belt.
Well, that and like the
So
2 new
two-
squad cars, they're not the same, say, I don't know, $50,000 that they used to be 10 years ago,
All
5
cars are
years
30%
ago.
more.
And then the interest, well, and Chief Jones has done a good job on the leasing from DNM, or DNM. So we've done it, it's also the cost of everything.
Well, I said it before, I
But yeah.
don't like the budget, it's too much, but it's not enough. I mean, it's
It is what it
it's
is.
a quandary that you're stuck in.
I mean, we stripped everything year number 1 to the bare bones. This is the first year that we can actually compare where we are from the bare bones.
So we didn't raise it last year.
Well,
No, we didn't raise it last year, but we also said.
those general ledger codes are still troubling.
But you know everything that's in it. I gave you the printout of every single thing that's in each one of those codes. Now, remember that for 8 years, we're losing about $350,000 a year that's going back to payback tax that we weren't supposed to get in the first place. Let's not forget that beauty. So in addition to the $1.8 million that I would say arguably $1.3 million is just didn't go to streets and it should have. So we're overcoming a lot of things that, again, landmines that we're just walking into. And we have to figure it out. We have to provide a solution. I don't like the tax they want to be there. So a solution is to, if we pass the budget, between now and next week, if we can figure out what we want to pull from it, set the tax rate accordingly, and look, then no longer the money's not there, so we have to pull it out. We have to keep it forces us to keep it out. But you got a week to think about what you don't want, what streets you don't want to do, or what. I'm telling you, William, I looked at every single line item, and we cut it back to zero-based budget last year. And every single line item, if our balance, what we spent right now is $96.69, I put $9,700 in. I kept it as close to
What we actually did.
what we know that we're gonna spend. What happens if, I'm just saying if, and I don't think this will happen, but I'll tell you this, the most of our sales tax comes from concrete batch plants, okay? Commissioner Wright and I had a meeting recently. Adam was there, Eric was there with all the batch plant. Raptor came in, Gonzalez Brothers, I can't even remember who all was, but 4 different of them came in to try to help us figure out how we can fix Wall Street without it being out of pocket to us. I'll tell you this, they all stepped up and said, we're gonna take care of this for you, which is amazing. We're not talking concrete, because that's $6 million, but we are talking blading, making those sharp edges a little bit safer, because they know that their truckers are at risk also, and they do want to give back. I'm telling you, these batch plants do want to, now that we're communicating, they want to give back. Commissioner Wright knocked that meeting out of the park, and we're going in the right direction with it. So we're trying to do the cost sharing, but I'll tell you what they said in that meeting. Right now, residential building is down. There's a lot of houses already out there that aren't sold. People aren't building them as fast. They are losing money just to bid, to compete, to stay alive. So there's a realistic, very realistic risk that we're not going to get the sales tax I'm projecting. If any one of them decides to pack it up and go away, we get $1.2 million this year that we kept, $1.2 million. That's a huge part of our budget. No. 1.2 million is all of us, MDD, streets, and us. We keep half of that. So that 1.2, half of it is in our city, covers our budget, okay? So what happens if one of them, if something goes downward, if that trend tanks, we're in trouble because we depend on that money. And for 8 years, we're already paying money back. If it goes down, that's going to cut into our reserve. That's why I don't want to use reserve. What I want to do is take what's left after our 6 months operating that is safe and restricted. Whatever's left over this budget, I want to pull it into capital outlay because we're going to have to need it for something. If it's a fire engine, the mini pumper, AC unit went out, $15,000, $12,000. Remember?
Yeah, well, she made the comment about why make it so, because we have another one that's not a it's win.
So we have these things that could happen, and I don't know why we don't have a capital outlay program. There's no money set aside for big stuff. We know we're going to have big stuff happen. So,
what type of revenue is BNSF going to bring in and when?
It's going to be a little while. They do have one tenant. We don't know who they are though yet, do we?
Who?
Did Suji say?
BNSF, yes.
He said they got their
It's
anchor
an
tenant.
aggregate place.
It is an aggregate. So I know that it's in the county. I mean, it's up in the county portion, so it's a little bit further from us here in the city, but it's in that far north. Years before. It's 3 years before annexation, right? Did we settle on 3? It was 10, then 5, then 3?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. For annexation, that means property taxes. But sales tax, it depends on who comes in and if they sell from right here. They'd have to have us on-site sales to be able for us to capture it.
I think for 3 years,
Some of them
in
won't.
the ETJ under MDD, which is going to be the ones who receive it, not the city.
Yes, if it's sales tax.
MDD will get a
No,
portion
because,
of it.
well, until they understand
Until
that
they
we
understand
are.
that we'll get
The
it.
first 3 years.
The long answer
So-
is that the sales tax won't be that great.
Well, and keep in mind, most of what Burlington Northern is going to do is not retail.
Right.
So it's not gonna generate sales tax.
Yeah,
I-
just moving
I've been saying
commodities.
that for 2 years, everyone's all excited about the sales tax.
Sales tax isn't gonna be much.
If anything, it's not gonna be much if it's anything. BNSF is not gonna be a big boom for this town.
And whatever they told us back in the day was, it's gonna project us 1 million a year.
Yeah, I don't know where they got that from, they just pulled that out of the sky, or somewhere else.
Yeah.
Well, if they did, but just.
I don't know either. So, you do have a motion? Yes.
If it's okay with Alderman Perry, I would like to help him with language for his motion.
Okay.
So I believe the motion should read, or should say,
Oh, it's specific.
Yeah.
You've got it written down?
motion to approve ordinance number 2025-09-18-01, an ordinance of the city of Gunter, Texas, adopting the budget for fiscal year October 1, 2025 through September 30, 2026 for the city of Gunter, Texas, providing that expenditures for said fiscal year shall be made in accordance with said budget, appropriating and setting aside the necessary funds out of the general and other revenue for said fiscal year for the maintenance and operation of various departments, for various activities and improvements of the city.
Exactly
Sherry,
what
that
I
would have been
I
impressive.
believe that's
That's
Alderman Perry's
That's
motion.
exactly
As a
what I
brand
said.
new councilman, you did awesome.
Thank
That's
you,
exactly
Texas
what I said.
legislature, for telling us
Yeah.
exactly what we have to say. Like,
3 hours in, you're already knocking it out.
Exactly what I said.
Is there anything
is
special
that
about
what you're
That's what-
suggesting?
There's
With your
nothing
motion.
special about the second.
And then I will have to do a roll call, so.
Yes, this has to be, so did somebody second?
I'll second.
Okay, Jerry with a first, Wade with a second, and now it'll be a roll call vote.
We'll just pass by, okay, yeah, hold on.
You can approve, deny, or abstain if you're not comfortable yet.
Okay, okay, so you'll just say, yea or nay, so it'd be Jerry Terry,
Yes.
Yay.
Okay.
Alan Richards.
Yay.
Patrick Comia,
Abstaining.
Wade Burnsville.
Yay.
And William Stevens.
Nay.
Is it Friday yet?
It's about to be.
Right, and it did pass 3-1 for the record.
Okay. We were on, that was number 10, correct?
Yeah, number 11.
Okay, so I do want to say this real quick before we move on. I hope that everybody will kind of maybe go back in the long conversation. We've been here a long time. Look, if you have suggestions for us, let us know. Like, let us know. We'll do the, before we set the tax rate next week, it's possible that we can, I don't know, cut out some of the street projects, whatever you guys,
Well, then that's,
We gotta hear from
instead
you.
of saying we don't want higher taxes, no one wants higher taxes.
right.
Go
Tell
look
us
at the
what we
budget
can
and
do.
see what, do we really need this, do we really need that? I mean, I know for the street signs, Adam, didn't we just replace some street signs and then that storm came through and just?
Well, some of those, yes.
Some of
Yeah,
them,
but I
but-
mean, we did, this year we probably did $45,000 worth of street signs and poles, don't forget the poles.
Yeah.
And this budget, I think I've got,
You got 100 signs.
got 100 address signs, 50 poles plus sleeves. Yeah, you're looking at 16,356. So,
I think if you can define things
What?
as
Water a
safety
little less, you
versus
yeah, well, I got
gonna have,
to
that's important, and
Yeah.
that's a way to make a decision.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if it,
Go look
you know,
at the
if it
budget.
leads to safety and somebody not being injured or harmed, that needs to be in. If it's a wants to have, nice to have, maybe that's not.
Right. I wish we had some ones to have.
Well, Captain Kramer, he did a great job of printing out for us
Yeah.
all of the steps of the fire department. And it was, we need to start here.
Yeah.
But if we go to paid fire department, it's going to be this. And in the budget right now, we're taking on 9% of the elephant, so to speak. So I don't think 9% of an elephant is a lot to ask for it is. It is gonna get him in position for it, that to be able to get to a full-time paid fire department,
But that's a safety thing, and
It
that
is.
has
These
people's
guys-
lives tied to it, so
Yeah.
that makes
Anybody
sense.
who's following them on Facebook, they are out all the time doing something somewhere. And to give them just 10% of what we know is coming, or 9% of what we know is coming I think they earned it.
And we have
It
volunteers
sucks
out
for
there
us to pay
during
the
the
taxes
first
for it.
storm and then during the second storm, I'm like, we were driving home during the second, one, I was like, I won't even get out of my car.
Yeah.
These volunteers are getting it out there, they're helping. So, it'd be nice to pay folks.
All right, guys, so let's move to, on number 11, the public hearing. We're gonna open it, but table it so that we can continue it at our very next meeting. Are we gonna have that ready for the 25th next Thursday?
Yes.
Okay, so we're gonna open it.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
We're gonna open the umbrella. What?
Oh, no, we can't because
You cannot,
you can't even post it in time, so it'll have to be on the following.
this has to be on the third.
You can table it October 2nd.
Yes,
Okay, specific, so that's.
I asked Thursday and you said
No,
no.
we got a
No.
special
Yeah.
meeting.
Special
Oh.
meeting Thursday.
Not a special meeting.
Oh, great.
I can,
Regularly.
I can use it. So open it, we need to table it to
Okay, sir.
October
I want to
2nd, our
compromise.
next
Mine's very.
regular meeting. So do I have a motion to open and table?
I'll make a motion to open it.
All right, Alan with a first
I'll second
and Jerry with a second, all in favor?
Yeah.
All right, motion carries 5-0.
I need a time.
At 9:54.
Oh, that's it.
All right, so
Yeah.
the ordinance that
Don't turn around and hit your.
accompanies this is not item number 12. I need a motion to open and table to our next regular meeting, first Thursday, October. All right, William with a first,
I'll second.
Alan with a second, all in favor? All right, that's 5-0, motion carries. And now we are on public hearings. Item number 13, this is a zoning ordinance and the zoning map on, where is that? 497 acres from ag to planned development and, Taylor Ranch. This is Taylor Ranch. It's written, so I'm not gonna read it all out because you've been notified. So this is what we're doing. On number 3, are you gonna do a presentation before I open the hearing?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
So council, this is a zoning change for our planned development for the Taylor Ranch, formerly known as Palmer Lakes. There had been a developer agreement approved for this one back in, the original DA was May 2023. Just I think last month, part of the DA agreement was it had a certain mechanism where they would have to annex in within 2 years of that developer agreement. That came up back in May. So a couple months ago or a month ago, we did do the annexation. There has been a preliminary plat that was approved on this back in 2023 as well. There was an early grading permit that's been released, so folks have been seeing some mass grading going on out there for the past, I think, year now. The developer agreement was amended slightly in June of 2025, as you might recall, because we started having discussions between the developer that has this one and Platinum Ranch to locate a 10-acre emergency services, police, and fire site location here as opposed to the Platinum Ranch. So it's located in that upper left-hand corner of the development in that blue. That's approximately 10 acres that the developer is dedicating to the city, donating to the city. This development does have 678 single-family residential lots comprised of SFE or 100-foot wide lots, SF2 50-foot wide lots, and SF1 8-foot wide lots, all consistent with what was agreed upon in the developer agreement and the annexation. You will be seeing there's a whole list that's in the ordinance we carried over from the developer agreement of all the development standards for the development. When P&Z heard this, there was one particular condition in the ordinance in that commercial that you see in the upper right-hand corner that they wanted to have not approved surface or not concrete and do gravel. So to clarify that particular condition, P&Z approved the plan development request with the condition that that particular item in the PD was changed to allow for maximum 3 years, or if a permanent development came in that commercial. Because what they're using it for right now is basically the staging area for the rest of the development, but it's zone commercial. Yeah, the construction trailers and shacks and things like that, but they want to be able to do just, gravel, which normally would be permitted, but it's kind of more of a semi-permanent type situation. So just to make sure in that particular item that the condition for approval of PD that language changed a little bit to that gravel driveway type stuff, internal driveway, goes away in 3 years, or when they submit for a building permit for a more permanent commercial structure, which we make them do anyways. But
You talked to Sean and he said.
yeah, Sean's no problem. He was at the P&Z meeting, agreed to it. So there's the whole breakdown there. I think hopefully you can read it, kind of the different breakdown of the 678 lots. Again, there's a water conservation District lake that they've been dredging and working with that organization on approving. So it'll be a lot of open space in this development. And this is just east of Platinum Ranch. So it'll benefit, and it's all being designed with Mustang Sud for the water and sewer as part of what was formerly Platinum Ranch and Crooked Cross, which is now all Platinum Ranch. That you'll be seeing the PID, the TERS request here in a little while.
Also previously, originally, there was not police and fire designation until just recently.
That's correct. We did
Asked
that
them to amend it?
in June. We did an amended developer agreement
Yes.
to add that 10 acres
Right.
in this development as opposed to the 5 acres only that was shown in Platinum Ranch. Because working with the Captain Kramer and Chief Jones in discussions with the developer, this was a better adequate service area location for the service areas needed in this part of town.
Were we able to talk to the developer to see if they were able to move that west entrance?
Yeah, they
Yeah.
agreed to do that, yes.
And I keep forgetting,
Neighbor?
does anybody remember her name? You said Teresa?
No, I have it written down in one of my notes, but I remember them coming here and asking that, and I'm like,
Yeah.
why can't they just move it 5 houses?
So what we're working on, and we'll
So-
take care of that during the
Oh,
preliminary plat.
Yeah.
So if she's watching, they said yes, that we're gonna try to do that.
We're working
And
on
then
that right now
remind me,
with the final
I'll try
plat.
to
Okay,
reach out and make sure that she knows, somebody can get a hold of her.
'cause that was like coming right out into their front.
Yeah, and they said
almost.
they had no problem with
Yeah,
getting it.
we did, we
Okay, good.
we met with them, engineers, Murdod,
I
said,
love headlights.
yeah, we'll try to do that.
Yeah.
Well, it wouldn't be the bedroom, it's the living room end of it, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
Yeah.
so it'll be north of their white barn. 'Cause
Either
their house
north
is
or south, but most likely north. But like I say, we're still working with the developer on doing the plan plat phasing.
If they go south,
final
it'll
plat
be
phasing.
right there by the creek,
Yeah,
so if they go north, that would be better, I think, hopefully.
and we can run through all these. If you want to spend another 2 hours, I'll be happy to read them to you, but they're in the ordinance.
it's the same.
I do have a bet going with someone that the over-under on how late we stay tonight, so I need to be sure that I take long enough that I can
Oh geez,
win that
seriously.
William's coffee is starting to wear off, so.
But we won't go through this one until we get to the PIDs, but this is Platinum Ranch, but it was tabled,
Maybe up
so
or not.
we'll bring that one back to you at the next meeting. There was just a technicality that was discovered as we were going through some of the things. There's 75 acres that we needed to include in the PID that hasn't been annexed in, so we're going to do some annexation before we finalize the zoning. It's one of those complicated things that got kind of missed but caught before it was too late.
What was the final discussion on, like, I see some 50s in here, and I thought we weren't gonna have any 50s. I don't see anything about parks. I thought we were gonna have an exchange for land for the parks, so we could get parks consolidated in one place. So that was.
That was in Platinum Ranch.
So we
Yeah.
don't have wasted things like one-off soccer fields.
That's
that are
correct.
useless.
That was in Platinum Ranch.
And I don't see anything about the schools, because we had a discussion about.
That was in Platinum Ranch.
There's nothing in here.
Well,
for
we
you.
did this
Palmer
was
Lakes was approved back in 2023, so we
In
didn't do
March,
anything substantial
before
on
I
this
even
one.
came to the door.
And
So,
we
but
had-
we
had
did,
some other issues that we discussed with Murdod, like Essex had to go, that was a deal breaker, and that hadn't happened, so.
What had to go?
he's trying to, but
I'm trying, you could have done it a long time.
no. It's in the process.
What had to go?
I stopped it,
Essex.
and I'll tell you why later. But,
I just don't see that, I don't see Murdod keeping his word about what he said he was gonna do, so I'm not inclined to.
He didn't say on this one. That was on.
this was already done before we came in. But while we were negotiating Platinum Ranch, he said, yes, we'll go back in and add the 10
When he
here.
talked 6 months ago, he said he would have it done in 90 days.
What do you mean?
6 months ago,
Have what done in 90 days?
get rid of Essex, never did it. He said it would be done in 90 days,
He's authorized it,
but it ain't done. So
and I'll tell you why after the meeting.
I don't even really care why. He said
Okay.
he would do it and he didn't.
He has. I denied it, and I'll tell you why after
What
the
about
meeting.
the school property?
School properties were never shown in Palmer Lake / Taylor Ranch. Those are located, I'll show you real quick, in Platinum Ranch.
Okay, well,
There's 60 acre lots there.
They're all tied together, it's all the same developer.
It is now. It wasn't originally. He didn't have Platinum Ranch at all. He had Crooked Cross, Taylor, he had Elm Creek,
And now it's
and now
together.
he bought a large portion of Platinum Ranch, which is still, the remainder of it's still under 4 different other ownerships on the other side of Grayson Parkway and south of him. So
Well, I mean, the school has demonstrated a poor choice of locating
Okay,
things.
so again, if we have the zoning change tonight, I would go over that with you, and I will next week on Platinum Ranch on all the things that we amended from a site plan and a lot count and a lot typology on that one, because of where they originally had the schools located, but
Well,
since this isn't the.
yeah, I'd like to approve these all together in one big package. I don't wanna do them piecemeal and it doesn't get addressed. We're not gonna approve all of them or look at all of them. I just assume table this until we can do them all together.
They're totally different developments.
But they're the same
Yeah.
developer and he made the same promises. And
But this is the DA that's already been done. This one's already complete. What they did is said, okay, so while we're negotiating the Platinum Ranch, the only thing that changed was they gave us 10 acres for police here, but otherwise, this development agreement's already in existence. We're bound to it unless we're gonna breach a contract.
And they
I don't
annexed
think
it
we
like they
wanna
need
do
to, and then once the annexation took place, the zoning based off of the developer agreement.
every time we turn around, it's like there's something that we're forced to do. We don't get a choice and it's just constantly like this. It just
Well,
is-
we didn't, but the city did based on the administration before me made this decision, so unless we
just
wanna
feels
go
like
and breach their
Gunter-
contract, I
Gunter's
just
always
don't
getting the
think,
short end of every stick. It just gets tiring.
what does?
You said Gunter's always getting the short end of every stick and it just gets tiring.
Well, I feel
This
like
is
you saying
another
that, I
step.
feel like you're saying that your planning and development department's not doing the best they can of the job of getting good development based with some of the things already been in motion for over 8 or 10 years that we're dealing with, and they come back to the table as best we can to negotiate things. Well, there's,
I mean, this was already done.
And there's
They
other
didn't
ones
have
that
to
could have
give
came
us
in.
the 10 acres, but
They could have had
did.
40 or 50 foot wide lots and had 4,000 of them, and they don't have that now.
I know, just another one of those, it's a done deal, William, just vote on it.
We're not even, well,
Well, it's-
if you wanna breach contract, you don't have to vote for it, but this was already done. It's in a development agreement. This is part of what we said we would do as a city, not we, but the people who were sitting in these seats. So I don't wanna breach a contract with them.
So we negotiated a
So
lot
there's
better
nothing
deal
to
than what
discuss,
was
we don't have a
originally
choice.
They gave us 10 acres, they didn't have to.
100-foot lots.
And that's why you're
We
back
could
here,
have done all
because they gave us
50s and
the
60s.
land.
No, we're back here because the developer agreement was in play, but they didn't have to do anything on it to annex in until
For
after
3
2
years.
years. The 2 years came, they annexed in, and now they want to develop it. So we have to establish the zoning, which is based off the DA.
To go back to the
Like
DA.
95% of the developments in Gunter were done. That's something that you guys won't see for another 4 or 5 years until the developers get ready to move on, because all the blue on that map you see has
Especially that
entitlements on it
northwest
already.
corner.
There's stuff all along
It's
121
coming.
from here to the bridges that's already entitled with Godwin. You don't even realize what it is because it's vacant land. But there's entitlements through development agreements and zoning now, actually, on some
They
of
already
it.
have the right and the
They just
DA
haven't
do
ever
it.
developed it yet because we can't make someone develop, and they're not going to until the infrastructure's there. And that's the huge thing about, Century American, why they may feel like they're doing this and that. They're putting in a tremendous amount of infrastructure that, granted, right now is Mustang Sud, but it's still infrastructure that they're having to pay for and foot the cost for because Mustang Sud isn't doing it, and development will never happen. But what you're zoning in front of you right now, yes, it is kind of like you don't have a choice, but the developer agreement was in place, but they did come back.
We
would've
have a
had-
choice.
We would
have
have
a choice to
25 more
breach the
single family
contract
houses if
and
we didn't
get
negotiate
sued.
getting 10
We don't
acres
have
for
a
emergency
choice, so we don't
services.
need to dwell on it. Let's just move on and do it.
So let me open up the public hearing then, because I do need to open up the public hearing. It is 10:07 PM, so is there anybody who would like to speak on this zoning change? Okay. State your name and address for the record, and then you've got your 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, City
Hold
Council.
on one second.
Yeah, let's let Brianna finish. It gets so loud.
Sure.
Okay, go ahead. State your name.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, City Council. My name is Mark Shaw. I'm the civil engineer on the project.
Okay.
I'm at 3501 Olympus Boulevard in Dallas. So I just want to speak in favor of this as a civil engineer. And we've been working very closely with Mr. Will Height and his staff. And Eric, thank you for all the work getting us to this point. I do want to point out a couple of additional items. We are putting in a pretty significant amount of infrastructure, especially in terms of wastewater. We're working very closely with Mustang Sud And the wastewater, we're also the engineer on Platinum Ranch. And we're looking to upsize the wastewater line, really to service the greater region. I did want to note that we are putting in a significant amount of trails as well. Excuse me, I'm sorry, I stood up way too fast. We are putting a significant amount of trails from Platinum Ranch all the way to Taylor Ranch. With the wastewater line, the developers put in approximately $100 million worth of infrastructure that will support Mustang Sud, but ultimately supports the city of Gunter. Additionally, we are improving Foy Wallace Road and Little Elm Creek Road. So I just want to point that out. I know we've been talking about a lot of public improvements. So the developer is supporting the adjacent improvements of those roads. Eric, we talked about the road to the west. Speaking with the developer, there's really no problem there in making that adjustment. But again, just want to come out in support of this project. We are the civil engineer on Platinum Ranch as well, and are coordinating with Mustang on really the regional water and wastewater infrastructure improvements. And I'm here to answer any questions that the council may have.
So Mark,
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to, maybe you can just confirm this, because with talking to Murdad and Sean,
Sure.
And the team with Platinum Ranch, we did offer 30% TERS on that in the development agreement, but we're hoping that because of the significance of the infrastructure in Platinum Ranch and how large that is, and that lower southwest corner, what we're told is that is going to, with the 4 wells and everything we're doing with water and sewer, we're not going to have to do any more TERSs, because this is so supported regionally that whoever buys property around us is not going to need that kind of infrastructure, because this is actually going in to be able to tap into it.
Yeah, yes, ma'am, that's correct. So, and I'm kind of jumping a little bit ahead here to Platinum Ranch, which I know is not on the agenda tonight.
Sure.
But with Taylor Ranch, so we are constructing a wastewater line that will ultimately go down to the regional wastewater treatment plant that will be constructed on Platinum Ranch. We are working very closely with Mustang Sud to upsize that wastewater line. And yes, ma'am, to your point, we currently have a 400,000 gallon per day discharge permit, and we're working closely with Mustang to upsize that to service the whole region. So we're still working through feasibility studies and modeling with Mustang, but we're looking at upwards of a 4 million gallon per day plant at full build out to support the region. So it's very significant project with significant infrastructure. But the reason I bring that up is because Taylor Ranch is instrumental to this. Taylor Ranch will be sewered down to the Platinum Ranch wastewater treatment plant, and with likely a very large trunk line following the route of the sewer route from Taylor to Platinum, which will directly support downtown Gunter and the plant here. Yes, ma'am. So
pretty much everything west.
That's
from
correct.
North all the way
That's
down
correct.
south. It's going to cover whoever comes in trying to develop pieces in between. This infrastructure it'll be there. So we shouldn't have developers coming in asking for any more services.
And understand a lot of that in that pressure point or that service area is still in the county.
Exactly.
So we're going to do what we can when people do come in and realize that infrastructure is in there.
Yeah.
To coax them into coming into the city.
Exactly. To
But
annex in.
Again,
So
don't have our own water, so it's not that easy.
Yeah, we're just making Mustang even bigger and even more facilities and more infrastructure by doing this. So every time we do this, it's just better for Mustang and worse for us. So You keep saying we're doing things for Mustang. I don't really care. I wish Mustang, don't get me started about Mustang.
But these developments are in the city, they're annexed in, so it is important for us.
And I don't see how it helps the city. I don't see the benefit.
If they weren't here, they'd be in the county and we'd still be having to service them in our fire district.
And there's the old, if you don't do it the way they want, then we're stuck with them anyway. We don't. It's like I said, the short end of the stick every time. But whatever, let's move on. We can't do anything about it. We don't have a choice.
Thank you, Mark.
Any more questions from council?
I think we're good.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mark. All right, so, did I open the public
You
hearing?
did, I mean, there's time to close it.
Okay,
No,
let's,
I'd like to speak
So-
on the
Oh,
subject.
sorry,
Okay,
I
so-
got the corner mile.
Eric presented, Mark spoke, but did I actually open it? I didn't open it, did I?
You did.
Yeah, you
At
did.
10:07.
You opened it, I went in and gave a
Okay.
presentation.
All right, so I'm tired. Okay, so Mark, go ahead and speak. You got your 3 minutes. Name
Mark
and
Merrill,
address for the-
71 Mallard Court. I would like to speak to some of my concerns, not necessarily for or against, especially with the TER side of it. Again, we're financing a third
This
party.
isn't the TERS
infrastructure.
agenda item, this is the
No,
zoning.
no, this
change
one's just the zoning ordinance. You have to come back to that one. This is the zoning ordinance, changing it from ag to PD.
I understand. Okay, I have a question about the zoning.
Okay.
Where is the bypass for 121 that was agreed to 15 years ago when I was mayor, worked on with TxDOT? Where's that in all this?
It's not, the last administration failed to put it on the plat. They don't have to recognize it by law.
Okay, is it not something that we can go back at this point, since the TERS, again, is only under consideration from the plan development agreement? And the development agreement, it's a consideration, it's not something that has to be done. You know, my question is, what do we have to do things for Gunter and not for the developer, and for Gunter's future and what's in the best interest of the total community, not just the development? Because I really don't see how giving away 30% of your ad valorem tax, property taxes, to develop infrastructure for a third party, giving it away, is doing anything to benefit long-term the citizens that have been here long-term. And that's what I have to say about that. So,
Thank you, Mark.
thank you.
So yes, we did go back to the table and try that, but let's, back to the zoning change from ag to PD. Do I have anybody else that wants to speak on the zoning change? Okay, seeing none, I'm gonna close the hearing at 10:16. And now we'll move on to number 14. So this is to act upon the ordinance to change the zoning from agricultural to PD according to the development agreement in Taylor Ranch.
Can I speak about this subject as well?
This is still the same one. This is just the ordinance. So you spoke at the public hearing.
It's the next agenda item, correct?
No, this is the same one. This is the ordinance on that, but then we're about to open up another public hearing.
Right, but it's a different agenda item.
But it's the same topic, so.
I understand.
Okay.
It's now an ordinance, Mark Merrill again.
Yes.
It's now you're gonna discuss an ordinance to accept a plan development agreement that has negotiated into it a standard for the TERS that is, how should I say, hamstringing or committing the council to a negotiated term for a future vote. Can I follow what I'm saying?
Thank you, Mark. So this is the ordinance to change the zoning from agricultural to planned development based on the development agreement
Correct.
that was already approved, and by contract, we are subject to making this change as of March of 2023.
And the district development standards apply to it, not necessarily a TERS. This is zoning.
Yeah, this is just zoning. Zoning according to the agreement. We've got other steps to take, but this is just the zoning according to the development agreement.
The development agreement also again contains that other language.
as part of the developer agreement, which is subsequent to zoning, which is a different category.
So, we have
I'll make
to
a
consider
motion
the ordinance. Okay,
I'll make a motion to approve.
Wade with a motion to approve with a first.
I'll second that, with the same language though of increasing the, just already 3 years for them to increase the concrete.
So get rid of the draft.
Yeah, get rid of the gravel.
Okay,
Need to
so
say that.
are you good with that motion, Wade, to approve it based on the 3 years
3 year
maximum
condition,
for
yes.
the concrete, gravel concrete? And then Jerry with a second, all in favor? Any opposed? Okay, 4-1, that motion carries. Public hearing, number 15, this is the public hearing to hear public comments regarding the petition filed, requesting that the city create the Platinum Ranch PID, Public Improvement District. So I'm going to, what this is that we do have a development agreement on Platinum Ranch. In that agreement, we have agreed to offer the developer a PID, that is a public improvement district that supports infrastructure both on-site, off-site, that the city residents do not reimburse. The future homeowner who's buying into that PID pays an assessment over a 30-year window, or they can pay it all up front, their choice. That's what this is. Are we going to approve the creation of the PID per the development agreement we've already approved? Does that make sense?
Yes.
I hope I explained
I
that.
think you just basically had me just explain it, we all went cross-eyed.
Which item number was it on?
So
Number 15.
we are on number 15. So this is what we're doing. I need to open the public hearing at 10:20. Is there anybody who wants to speak to this, the creation of the PID in Platinum Ranch?
There,
Yes, sir. Okay. Just one at a time. Hop up there. First one goes, and then the second one. State your name and address for my timer guy left.
I got you.
Can you do it?
I got you. I'm on
Name
it.
and address for the record, and then we'll start the timer. You've got 3 minutes to address the council.
Good evening, council. My name is Matthew Dawson on behalf of the developer for Platinum Ranch and Taylor Ranch. I just want to say, as the landowner of Platinum Ranch, we consent to the PID being created on our property. And if y'all have any questions, I can answer them right now.
Thank you, Matthew. Does anybody have any questions about the PID?
Is this
We
another
thoroughly
one of those things
dissected
that we
this
don't have
PID
a
when
choice
we-
on?
Well, William, we thoroughly dissected this PID when,
You know, all I know is Murdoch made a promise and he didn't keep it, so I'm voting no on anything.
okay, I'm just gonna tell you right now, yes, he did. He asked me to run the HOA. He was gonna get rid of SX. I said, no, not right now. So that's why SX still exists, because I didn't want my company to take it on without,
Just recent, he had.
thoroughly talking about
Get
these
rid of
things.
Essex a long time ago.
you're
And he-
lucky that he didn't choose the other company, because they're equally as bad, with a 2.6 Google rating, and I've worked for them and it's not good. So, thank you, Matthew. Do you guys have any questions about the bid?
if there are any technical questions, we have the consultants for the bid administrators here as well.
Okay. Another good point is so that not only do the taxpayers in the city not pay this back, only the people in the PID district that is created pay this back, and we don't manage it or have to do any of that with it. That is administratively taken care of with P3, and it's charged also, their fees are charged to that PID. It's part of the PID creation, it's part of the PID bonds, the dollars. So does that all make sense to everybody? Any questions there for P3? Okay,
I don't.
okay, thank you, Matthew. Okay, Mark,
Me again.
I know you're just gonna be so much fun.
It's real simple. I'm
It's
going to
okay.
speak in favor of the PID
Okay,
because I'd love to see the people who live in the neighborhood who are benefiting from the infrastructure being put in, and the developer who's putting in the infrastructure actually paying for the infrastructure. Instead of doing a TERS, I would encourage them to increase the PID amount and finance it all for themselves, since they're the ones making all the profit off of it. Thank you.
thank you. Okay, so is there anybody else who wants to speak to the public hearing? seeing none, I'm gonna close the public hearing at 10:23. And we are going to move to number 16, and that is to discuss, consider, and act upon the resolution approving the Platinum Ranch Public Improvement District for bid. Did you need me?
No.
Okay. Thought you were getting my attention. I do something wrong. Yeah. Questions, motions, anything?
I'll make a motion to approve.
All right, I've got Wade with a first to approve.
I'll second.
All right, got Pat with a second, all in favor? All right, any opposed? Okay, 4-1, that motion carries.
And for the record, I do have to state the resolution.
Okay.
It's 2025-09-18-1.
So we'll move on to number 17. Is everybody still good? Do we need a recess? I mean, I'm good, but sometimes.
Let's just knock
Okay.
it out.
All right, good. Just wanna make sure. Sometimes, somebody's over there like, hello, I'm trying to get your attention. I
really wasn't.
I can go on for a long time.
We're almost
Let me
done.
see if there was something I can work into this. Do I have one of those to work into this right now?
No, just keep on going.
I don't think so.
Mary, you need to hurry, you're gonna make me lose $100 on my bet.
Yeah.
It'll be nice.
All right.
Just
Okay.
think there's a way.
Let's see.
Number 17.
Number 17, public hearing to hear public comments regarding the creation of the Taylor Ranch Public Improvement District. Again, this is another PID. Taxpayers don't pay for it. People in the district will. It is in the development agreement that was passed and offered and approved in March of 2023. And so I'm going to open this public hearing at 10:25. Is there anybody who wants to speak? Come on up, Matthew.
Good evening again, Matthew Dawson on behalf of the developer. We consent to the PID being created on our property. I can answer any questions that y'all have regarding this PID.
Thank you. Anybody?
So it's like he has to get up because he doesn't believe I'm gonna tell my God that he was actually.
So,
no one's here, where was he?
Let's go back and say like 10:25 at night. Okay.
I really wouldn't believe it.
All right. Thank you, Matthew. Is there anybody else who wants to speak to this item?
He left.
Oh, did Mark leave? Okay, so I'm going to close, seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing at 10:25. And we're going to move to number 18, and that is to discuss, consider, and act upon the resolution creating the Public Improvement District in Taylor Ranch.
Make a motion that we approve the resolution to create the PID for Taylor Ranch.
All right, I've got Jerry with the first to approve.
William will not do the second, so I will.
All right, Alec with the second, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, and any opposed? All right, 4-1, that motion carries, that PID's created. We're gonna go to number 19, discuss, consider, act upon a resolution. Setting the public hearing.
Oh, sorry, Mayor, I have to acknowledge the resolution number, I'm sorry.
Oh, yes, yes.
It's 2025-09-18-2. I'm only having to do this because it's the PIDs, just, yes, so everybody knows.
Okay, so, we are on number 19. So this is discuss, consider, and act upon a resolution to set the hearing. We're not discussing the hearing. We're not discussing the topic. This is just, I need council's approval to set the hearing related to the creation of the TIRZ, Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone, of 1,998 acres in the ETJ, and this one is for Platinum Ranch. We are going to set this hearing for October 2nd, but we need to have council approval for it.
Make a motion to approve the hearing.
Setting the hearing?
Setting the
Okay.
hearing for October 2nd.
All right, we got Alan with the first to set the hearing.
I'll second.
All right, Wade with the second, all in favor? All right, any opposed?
Put me down for a pose for the rest of the night.
You gotta do it each time, William. So that's a nay. 4-1, that motion carries.
It's a nay for anything to do with MRDOT.
You're gonna have to do it over and over
Okay,
again.
so this is the TERS as well, so I do have to acknowledge the resolution.
Yes, the
number as
resolution
well.
number.
It's 2025-09-18-3.
Well, I kinda like it over here.
All right. Jerry may fight for it. Fight for his seat back next time.
Not anymore.
Jerry's okay. Let's move on to number 20, discuss, consider, act upon a resolution that is to set the hearing, same thing, set the hearing for the tax increment reimbursement zone TERS for October 2nd for Taylor Ranch.
Done it once, I'll do it again.
All right. To approve?
I'll approve.
Got Alan with the first to approve and set the
Taylor
hearing?
Ranch. I'll second.
Okay, and I've got Pat with a second. All in favor? All right, any opposed? All right, 4-1, that motion carries.
This is the TERS as well, and the
Yes.
resolution number will be 2025-09-18-4.
Okay, so number 21, we had a public hearing. The applicant has withdrawn the voluntary annexation.
Yeah, we're
So-
rolling down the hill now.
We really don't need to explain any of this. It's withdrawn. But we had to let you guys know because it's a public hearing. And notices were posted. So we are going to move on to number 22, discuss, consider, act upon approving a replat on behalf of Hunter and Emma Goodman, approximately a third of an acre property being part of block 64 of the original town plat of Gunter to create lot 1, block 64. So Eric, can you
Yeah, I'll give a brief.
show us a
summary.
brief
This is-
summary?
The project location is right here. You can see Main Street, and right along Second Street, which acts more like a driveway at this point in time. The applicant has purchased the property. It's zone C1 right now, so they're kind of converting a residential structure there to a office space. And in order to do that, do the renovations and stuff, they need to get the property correctly platted, so that's what they're asking for. It does meet all the district development standards, and we'll go through any site planning and those types of things for the conversion when the applicant is ready to do that, so.
Is that the other side of the tracks? there?
Correct, it is, it's right, it's one of the entrances basically to the grain elevators and stuff that looks like it's
Is it
driveway.
Josh Long's building? Old building?
It's not pink, right?
No, it's actually brown and green with the wood boards, I think, and it has a wall dumpster cover right now because they're renovating.
But it's
Don't-
across
did,
from the big house.
Did zoning, P&Z?
No, there was no zoning, it's already
Have
zone
to go to
C1,
this.
it's part of that C1 zoning that's along all of our major thoroughfares like that over there.
Okay.
But the plat, you know, meets all the subdivision ordinance, basic stuff,
Right.
just clean up early.
Again, did we not allow you to do,
We got the ordinance drafted, not
did we
brought
not
it,
do that?
not yet, we haven't brought it to P&Z and council, the timing is now.
We gotta do that, because some of this that meets all the requirements, it's ministerial, like what do we have, we can't there's no basis to deny it.
Now, they're just taking advantage of us again, I guess.
Yeah, we just love doing, okay.
We've got the we've got the ordinance drafted. We just have to go through and make sure, because we have the subdivision ordinance, and then there's other verbiage that relates to the engineering design manual and stuff. And we just want to make sure we have everything in all those documents covered in the ordinance that allows staff, except for preliminary plats, will still come to P&Z and council. But all other, and preliminary plats for all intents and purposes are pretty ministerial too. It's establish more vested rights than a final plat or a replat or an amended plat. So once we get that ordinance completed, we'll bring it to P&Z and council to change that. And again, that's not zoning, so we have to do all the whole city notification on it. It's a subdivision ordinance, but so let's go through the public hearing process.
All right, so do I have a motion for anything?
Motion that we approve replat of 0.345 acres of original town plat to create lot 1, block 64.
All right, I got Jerry with the first to approve.
Second.
All right, Pat with the second, all in favor? Any opposed? All right, that motion carries unanimously. Yay.
What was your vote?
Aye.
Yeah, he didn't say nay, so.
Yeah, he only says nay.
I think this is probably the first time I've ever seen a P and Z member act on a plat and then be a city council member.
That's funny, yeah.
It's amazing.
Got a double vote there. All right, yay. We're on 23. Discuss, consider, and act on determining agenda items we place on future agendas.
Yes, I want to confirm that y'all want to act on the, MPD and P and Z board member on October the 2nd. For, I think one of you had said, Travis, no, y'all were, or Rick or someone.
Oh,
Yeah, if we get
Well,
the response back.
we really don't even have to do that.
If we get a response back from them that they're interested in it, we'd like to see them be placed on those.
Yeah, and then what'll
And do it in
happen
an
is,
official capacity.
the chair of each of those boards can give feedback. We've already
We
done
can't
our
do
part.
anything with Teresa as far as the ISD, but we certainly can.
Right, which she would be
With
great.
the
So you want me to don't put this on the agenda for the 2nd?
Yeah, we don't have to,
Let's get feedback first.
yeah,
I'll just
from the chairs. So
But I'd like to sign
Paul and
everybody up.
Jordan, yeah, we'll get the information to them and get their feedback. So if y'all don't have anything specific, then we will adjourn at 10:34.